The cameras?
No.
Nope, it just does it by itself? Well, that's
Yeah.
easy.
It should. It takes a minute for everything to, and then there's some latency. But there you go.
Oh, hello everybody. Can you hear me okay? If you're there in YouTube land, maybe put a comment in there. It's Michelle from A-1 Vacuum and Sewing, and we are going to be stitching the Sunsetridge backpack by Minki Kim. So right now you're looking at my sewing machine. Hello everybody. I can hear echo, so let's turn that one off. Hi, Gina. Can you still hear me? April, can you still hear me? Good. Yay. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Super duper. So you're looking at the sewing machine right now. I'm going to change to the table so you can see I did my prep work last night. Let's see if it changes. Come on. Oh. Hey, Patrick, it won't change cameras. Yay! Oh, there it goes. Never mind. Just a temporary pause in communication, I guess. Hello. So I did all my prep work last night. So here's whereabouts you should be. And really, no stress. We have no stress in this class because we're just going to sew together. So I have my quilting done on both pieces now. For the video that I recorded, the pre-recorded, I did the green panel first. So I'm going to be, it just takes a while for it to catch up. It's really far behind. This is great. It's so far behind. Huh. All right, well, I guess it's going to catch up at some point. Hello from Pennsylvania. So I did the green one for the sew along that I recorded. But I'm going to be doing the other color today. But if you did the green, that's fine. Whatever backpack you want is going to be perfect. So we're going to have a good time. So everything is quilted. I have my front and my back with my different colored lining on the inside. And then I have my bag bottom and then my zipper pieces. And then you should have your zipper pull on your zipper. And hello from Michigan. And then these are the other pieces. So prep work really wasn't too bad for this. This is the front pocket. So you should have some SF101 fused on the back of this pocket. And then I could not decide which I wanted to use for the lining for the pocket because my bias is the green instead of the pink. So I have a piece of both that's prepared, and it won't be long. I'm going to have to make that decision. I find labeling things sometimes helps too. This is going to be our zipper binding. So our zipper binding did not need to be cut on the bias. It is cut on the straight. Our binding for the interior of the bag does need to be cut on the bias because we have some curves. And if you're kind of nervous with curves, or curves are your nemesis, I'm going to show you a couple of tricks today on how you might be able to make that a little bit easier. And the same with the binding. I'm going to show you, hopefully, some tricks that will make you a little less nervous with using binding. 90% of the bags that I make are bound. And it's not because I can't turn a bag inside out. It's because when I turn the bag inside out, it's often not as crisp. The corners, the shape, the structure is usually not as crisp as if I have binding to support that seam. So I'm a binder. But like you, I started out hating binding, and my binding was all over the place. But it still worked. So we're going to show hopefully a little less stressful way to do some binding. These are for our D-ring tabs. And that's it for what's on the table. Oh, and since this is my second bag, if this is your first bag and you're using the binding that was provided, the strips that were printed on the diagonal on your Sunsetridge panel, then you don't have to do this. You already have what you need for binding. This is the second bag, so I had to cut my own, and it's 1 3/4 inches wide, I believe. Yes, 1 3/4, and it had to be 42 inches times 2. And this is on the bias. One of the things we're going to learn today is not to pull the bias tape when we're going around the corner. That's when we need to be pushing a little extra in there instead of stretching it and making it too skinny. So, all right. I think that's going to be it for the table here. Let me check my pattern really quick. Also, what I wanted to mention, for those of you that bought the Sunsetridge panel and you're just using one of them today, if you wanted to have that as a pattern to do something later, you could scan these pieces of the panel into your scan and cut, and you would have the outline of them. Or you can trace them onto paper too. Or you can just, cut a piece of muslin the size of the shape of the bag. All right. So that's all done. Our first thing is, oh my gosh, I have to make a decision on my pocket. So I'm going to grab the front of my bag and put the pocket up here. So the pocket is going to match what goes on along the sides. And then I'm going to look at both sides because it doesn't matter. Just because the pattern says use this one, I might want to use this one, but I think this one's going to give me more contrast. And I usually like that contrast. So I'm going to go with this for my front. And then I think I'm just going to go with the green. So I'm going to set the pink aside for another project. And I'm going to go with the green. I can cut some of this off. That's why I didn't prep this, because I wasn't sure until this moment. All right, so the pocket panel and the pocket lining piece right side up. On the fusible side of the fusible interfacing, fuse the layers together, already did that. Trim along the top edge of the pocket panel and pocket lining piece. So I'm going to trim across the top edge here. That doesn't really have a top edge. It doesn't matter. I can trim after. I'm going to do this with a rotary cutter, I think. My scissors this morning aren't too sharp. Because, the sharp ones are what everyone wants to use, so sometimes they disappear randomly. All right, there's the top of my pocket. I'm just going to make sure that this piece of green has a straight edge, and I think it does right here. So I am ready to put right sides together. And I'll just clip. All right. Let's see if there's anything else I can take over there at the same time. I don't think so. But you never know, right? I always like to look ahead. Nope. Nothing until this part's done. So I'm going to go ahead and change the camera to the sewing machine. Just checking some of the chat. There we go. Caught up. This morning, I am using the Luminaire to stitch with, and I am using the J-foot this morning. And one of the things, I don't know, I didn't show that, so let me grab it. one of the first tips you'll learn from me about working with foam is when you get done, use a zigzag stitch about the width of your seam allowance. So in this, I mean, obviously if you have a 3/8 or a 1/2 inch seam allowance, you're not going to have a zigzag that wide on your machine. But in this case, it's a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I picked my basic zigzag stitch and I sized it to about the size of my seam allowance. What that does is instead of when you go to join the backpack front or the backpack back with your gusset or your bottom and your zipper part to make it, you know, a backpack, and your binding on one side, you've squashed this foam down. So it's not as thick. Look at here. I even went tighter with my stitches. So it's almost like a piece of fabric and not so much like, you know, like foam. So I always do that with my seam allowances. I always put a little bit of zigzag in there so that, you know, it makes it easier to handle later. All right. And I did that on the backpack front, the backpack back, my bag bottom, and both of my zipper portions on both sides. You know, the right side, the left side, all the way around. So that way it squashes all this down. That is going to be the first thing that's going to help you get a nicer fit on your binding. That being said, I don't really need a walking foot anymore because it's all squashed down, right? So I can just use my regular J foot to sew. When I did my my quilting, I did use my walking foot. Now I'm good with just the J foot. I've got a brand new Microtex needle and size 80. And I'm using, you know, if you know me, you know I'm wild about all of the 2D colors that are the, you know, the variegated. So this one, if I can see the number I'm using is a kind of a pale color. It's really pretty. Is color TU37. So it's got some pink and some beige and stuff in it. I just felt like maybe this might be a better match for what I'm doing on this side as opposed to the green that I used when I did the other bag. All right, so my machine has a setting so that I don't need a 1/4 inch foot. If you have a brother or baby lock machine, you will have this setting as well. So I'm going to open the sewing features, and underneath my utility stitches, let me see if I can get that other camera over here momentarily. I'm going to shift it a little bit, see if I can get for a minute, I can just get the machine. Normally I don't move to the machine from the table because it's, you know, it's just I'm just using basic stitches, but I think a lot of you don't know this. It's probably one of the least known. There we go. All right, let's see. Come on down. Let's see if we can get just the screen of the machine. All right, that should do it. So that you can see. Takes a second to change. It'll change it. So there we go. So under, let me turn the screen. Let me get, see, can I get closer to that? Usually there's not that much glare on the screen. Maybe let me change the lighting on the screen a minute so you can see this. Okay, that's a better view. That's a better view. right, so from the home screen, utility stitches. In the utility stitches, I'm going to move it back again because it's still too close. Sorry about that. I wasn't planning on showing the screen today, so everything's kind of set up for other stuff. So hang on to the table or Dramamine or whatever it is you need for, there we go. I'm just going to leave it there for a minute. Come on, catch up. All right, on the home screen, under utility stitches, you have two places you can find this stitch, two places. Under the utility stitch, if you scroll down, you will see a stitch towards the bottom that has the letter P to the right of it. P means piecing. And the number will be different depending on which machine you're on, but you will see three of them, P, and the stitching looks like it's a little bit to the right. And then you'll see P with it in the center, and then you'll see P with a little bit to the left. So P to the right moves your needle position over so that you can use your J foot as a 1/4 inch foot. I love my J foot as a 1/4 inch foot because all of the J foot is on the feed dogs. If I use my 1/4 inch foot, only part of the foot is wide enough to be on all of the feed dogs at any given time. So to me, this is easy because everything has the same pressure. And then the other thing is I don't have to go look for it, right? I know where it's at. So it's on the machine. So this is what I'm going to be using. It took my stitch length to 2.0 because that's common for, for a quilting or piecing stitch. I don't want that. So, this is a bag. I'm going to go up to 3.5 for it. But the needle position, which is a left-right shift, if you can't find the setting on your machine and you have a machine that you can move your needle left and right, you want your needle position to be 5.50, 3.50 being center. So, and to the right. So now you have a machine that has a perfect 1/4 inch foot or 1/4 inch seam without using that foot. All right. Going back to the bed of the machine so I can start stitching here because that's what I like the best. All right. So I'm set to 1/4 inch. I can see my bag sort of behind there. I didn't cut it out. I'll cut it all out when it's stitched together. Well, let me get to the foot's all tangled and the cords are all tangled. There we go. Come on. Also, a project like this would be a great one to actually use your multifunction foot control. If you had one of those where you could program, where you can just use the back of your foot, the back stitch on your foot control to tie off and cut. I'm gonna turn there we go. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and press this open. I have an iron behind me. I'm not going to swing the camera around for that. It's just a pressing station. If it's something that you need to see how it was pressed, I will turn it around. But for right now, I'm just going to turn my iron on. And I'm just going to press that seam open. So I'm going to come over here. I always press flat first. It seats the stitches. And then I'm going to press open. And then what we're going to do is turn this with the wrong sides together. And then if you have your clapper, or I call it a pressing block sometimes too, whatever you call it is fine, then that's a great time to use that to flatten that seam. I have these little clappers in all different sizes. I use them also if I have to press something in the hoop on the embroidery machine. Obviously, I have to take the hoop off the machine, but if something needs pressing, like if you're doing an applique or something like that, and you really want to have it look kind of crisp before you're done with it, then another press always helps. Especially if you've got fusible on it. You can actually fuse it to while it's still in the hoop. And let's face it, a lot of times when you're doing in the hoop projects, if you have an embroidery machine and that's your thing, a lot of times in the hoop zipper bags, you only have one chance to press it before the next step that you do in that bag makes it so you can't press it. All right, so just turning. If you have a big enough piece of what you used for your lining in the back, you could actually push some of it up and make a flange out of it. Nothing says that pocket doesn't have to be exactly that size. So again, just pressing really flat using my clapper. All right, I'm back. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to top stitch, and we're going to top stitch in 2 different places. And that top stitching is going to be across the top here, and it's also going to be across the bottom, so that it looks like that piece here is a piece of fabric. So when you top stitch, you're going to top stitch 1/8 inch from the top edge, then stitch along the bottom edge of the printed binding to make that pocket. And if you have a label, it's a great time to get it ready. I'm going to go ahead and get my bi-level foot, because with a bi-level foot, it's going to sit right on the edge here. It won't help me as much over here because there's no edge, but over here on the top, it definitely will help me get a perfect 1/8 of an inch. So I'm my top stitching. I love top stitching, and I do it on pretty much anything I can. But it's nice to have something that's a guide that allows you to be precise without having to struggle too much. All right. So if you don't never seen a bi-level foot before, the toe over here is deeper. So when I put the foot down, it's going to ride along the outside edge there, and the pressure point of the foot is going to be over here. So that means that when I do my top stitching, that it's going to be really precise. Now I can move my needle, which I will. I'm going to go ahead and select a straight stitch and then move it all the way over to the right. And then I kind of walk it to see how close it is to the edge. I think that's going to be good. And then I'm extending my stitch length to about a 3, 5, actually a 4. Top stitching should always be a much larger stitch than what you're sewing with. It's meant to be decorative, and if the stitching falls into the fabric, then you don't see it, and it's kind of defeats the purpose. Trying to get the foot control in the right place. Here we go. There we go. All right, so I'm just going to start here. So you can see that the toe just kind of glides along the outside edge there. I love these feet. There's one for the other side as well. Why do you need 2? Because if you're doing a bag strap or something like that and you have to stitch, you don't want to turn it around and go up the other side, because then you get a strap that twists. All right, so there's my top stitching on my pocket. Perfect. And now I'm going to go, obviously this is not a strap, so I can actually use the edge of the foot. It's not going to help because there's no edge there, but I can still use this as a guide and because I can see through here, and I'm just going to have it run along the edge of where the printing is there. All right. So there's my top stitching. And now I'm going to actually sew the two baste the two pieces together. All right, I'm just seeing a few people in the chat. So just want to make sure I'm doing it right because I don't normally do the lives. But I like this. I like sewing live. All right, so I'm just going to stitch these together with just a straight stitch at about, I don't know, 4 or 5. It's just to hold the pieces together while I trim them so that one doesn't shift. All right, one thing I mentioned if you watched any of the pre-record, which is fine if you didn't, is when you get to a corner like this, let me see if I can get in a little bit closer on it. All right. That should do it. All right. When you see a corner like this, drive, but go slow. It's going to make all the difference in the world. So as I'm approaching the corner, I'm going to start pivoting the fabric with my hands, not waiting for the machine to pull it. So we're going to work together. And if I have to, if it's a really sharp curve, what's nice is if you hold back, then the machine actually will stay in the same place. But if you just turn it, just work it as you're going. And if it looks like you're coming off course, just stop and start up again. Start and stop up again. And that way, you can actually keep that corner pretty straight, pretty round. That's what we want, is a nice round corner. So I'm coming to the corner, so I want to, so my hand over here is driving. It's kind of pivoting the fabric. The needle is the pivot point, and my fingers are moving it around that pivot point. So just slow down. All right. Okay, so the next step is to trim my pocket. And then once I've trimmed it, I am going to, it says leave the sides untrimmed for now. I'm going to go ahead and trim mine, take mine off because I want to align them more with the bag, and leaving the side flanges on is not going to really help me anything. So I'm just going to trim my pocket. I already sewed my pieces together. And I'm cutting right alongside the line. So I'm just cutting right alongside the line. All right, there's my little pocket. I have my fun print on the other side. I'm ready to pin that. So I've got a couple clips here. I'm going to take my pocket and I'm going to align it, matching the bottom edges. Okay, so we had on the fabric itself, there were quarter marks. Like you can see mine right here at the bottom. You can see it right here. Align those quarter marks and then clip. Oops. Is that the side I want? Yep, I want it the other side. Wrong. I got the wrong piece. Okay, front pocket, front face. All right, here we go. So again, you have your quarter marks here. Those quarter marks are really important because they keep you on track on how the fabric needs to fit. So you know you're on track if your quarter marks line up. If they don't line up, then it's a shifting of your gusset some way. All right, so I'm going to be covering my quarter mark there. So I'll have to remark that later. And my pocket's a little bit, is it a little bit wide? No, not really. Okay. I think it's good. Let me get a couple more clips here. So this is just going to be like a practice visual for your mind here if curves scare you. And again, we're just basting these two pieces together. But if we were sewing something to this, which we will be doing later, this is just your warm-up. Sew the straight parts. Baste the straight parts first. So I'm going to go ahead, and I'm not going to use a 1/4 inch seam because this is not, I'm just going to baste them together. So I'm just going to leave that length. I'm going to take that length up to 5.0. All right, so I'm going to start up here. I'm just basting. But this is a straight part, and I know the straight parts, and I like the straight parts because the straight parts are easy for me, right? And there's no, we're not bending anything to fit the curve. Again, this is a visual practice. All right, coming to the curve. I'm going to back up and cut. And I'm going to go to the next straight part. And I'm going to leave my curve for last. Nobody says you have to sew it in a straight line and you have to make it be one continuous line. Nobody ever said that was a rule. So the easiest way to get curves, especially if you have to clip, and we will have to clip these curves to get this to fit that bag bottom and zipper panel. So but I know I can do the straight parts first, and they won't shift while I'm trying to actually sew the curves. Again, this was just a practice visual because I needed to baste the pocket front, to the bag front, all right? And then later when we come in, we're going to clip these curves and actually have it fit. But none of this that was straight is going to move. It's just, we're just going to be working with that small section. So if working with curves, kind of scares you, then, do the straight parts first and then catch up and do the curves later. So, okay, I'm still going to drive. So I've got the side of the backpack here. I'm going slow. It's a basting stitch, so it's taking big fat stitches. Again, just basting, but look at the difference in my curve. Look at how straight that curve is. How perfect. Not that I'm telling you that I'm perfect. I am not perfect. But I had everything held together. Nothing can move. So remember this when we go to do our gusset. I call it a gusset. It's actually your bag bottom and your zipper, because it fits around the side. So this is going to help you with your binding as well, immeasurably, because you only have it in one place where it's curving. All right, that big stitches I'm holding here with this hand. This hand's doing the driving. Okay, another tight curve with an actual curve that's good, even in the basting stitch. All right, so let's look. Oh, I'm seeing more chat things coming up. How long does it take to get a kit shipped to Issaquah? You know what? Hello, Trish. I'm not sure. You'd have to, call Jeannie and ask her. When prep work was your paper pink? It was. It was pink butcher paper. But it is, in fact, butcher paper. I sent the husband to get butcher paper, and he thought I'd like the pink. So he brought the pink. That's when he was pretty thoughtful. But it doesn't matter. Started yet, and great. I'm glad you did. So yeah, I try to do, I do so many bags, and I started at the beginning, just like everybody started at the beginning. And I remember how I hated doing anything that had a curve or anything that had binding. And now I love both. So it does get better. All right, so we have our pocket done. We're going to assemble the zipper panel. So you're going to want to get both of those long skinny strips, and you're going to want to get our zipper binding. So it's going to be these two pieces. These are the two narrow ones, and you're going to get the zipper binding. So on the zipper binding, folds each zipper binding strip in half lengthwise and press. So I'm going to go take this over and press it in half with the wrong sides together. And then we're going to attach our zipper binding. I love doing a zipper this way because you're going to do the zipper when it's on the flat and not when anything's on the round. And I love using binding to do that because it gives you a little extra something to attach to the zipper that's not quite as bulky as all the foam. So give me a minute. I'm going to just press this wrong sides together. So last night I was preparing, not my prep work. I did my prep work at work before I went home, but I was preparing my list of all the stuff that I needed, my little tools and stuff that I needed to bring to work with me, and also the tips and tricks that I needed to talk about. Because the one thing with going live is you don't get to pause the camera like you do when you're actually doing the pre-recorded class. The pre-recorded class, I'm like, ooh, I don't like that. Let me back up and redo it. Now I don't get to do that. All right. I can't even tell you how many Minki Kim bags, pouches, and other things that I've done. I just love watching her. I love her style. I think as a bag maker and a creator, she's got a very soft and just inviting style. And really, who doesn't need another bag of some sort, really, to... Okay. I got my things pressed. So align the raw edge of one folded zipper binding strip with the long edge of the zipper piece and sew the pieces together. Fold the binding over the seam, press it, and turn the zipper piece over, fold the zipper binding over to cover the seam on the lining side and press. This is where our 1/8 of an inch tape is going to come in later, or the glue basted. Either one works. I'll show you both. So first of all, put both pieces together, because right now I'm looking at that everything's going in the same direction, but maybe I want to have like one going one way, one going the other way. It's up to you. So make a choice. And these are going to come together with your zipper here, or switch them around, whichever one you like best. And then go ahead and clip. So I'm going to get my pressed piece here, and this is also going to be a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And for this, I'm going to use my J-foot. And I'm going to use my preset stitch selection that lets me make a perfect 1/4 inch seam without a 1/4 inch foot. If you love your 1/4 inch foot, I'm not telling you can't love it. Give it some love. It's fine. But I think you'll like this. I don't piece a lot. So if you piece a lot and you love your 1/4 inch foot, there is not a thing in the world that's wrong with that. But if you don't piece a lot and you try to piece and sometimes your seams are like all over the place and you're thinking, why, oh, why, when I try as hard as I can I never get that seam straight? It's because there's a little bit of play on the feed dogs with a 1/4 inch foot that's not there with this foot. All right. So selecting, giving myself some light again, since I turned the light down. Okay. I'm going to select my stitch, which is a straight stitch. And I'm going to move it. I'm going to use, for me, it's 29, stitch number 1-29. No, 1-30, sorry. And I'm going to go ahead and start stitching. Well, let me get that. Let's start stitching on some fabric and not air, because stitching on air never ends well. All right, so the edge of my fabric is going to align with the edge of my J-foot. And when that happens, there is a perfect 1/4 inch seam. Again, you're making a bag. You are not quilting. So make that stitch length at least 3.0. You don't need 2.0. You don't need 2.5. You'll find it much easier to stitch, much easier to navigate. Sometimes your small stitches are what actually creates the problem with a strap tearing away from something, because you literally have shredded it with needle holes. My standard is at least a 3 for anything on a bag, and sometimes a 3.5, and if it's leather, sometimes a 4 or 4.5. So you don't need short stitches. All right, there's like my little perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm going to do the other side now. Sometimes in the quilting process, one of these straps, these pieces will become shorter or longer than the other. When you go to attach your zipper and we go to use them, you're going to want to make sure that they're both the same length. So if one is longer, you're going to need to trim it down. Otherwise, they won't fit. All right, this is going to go here. I'm going to make sure I have my scissors and cherries going in the same direction. So this is going to go on this side. I'm going to take a minute in just a second here and read some of your comments on the chat up there. There's this little time delay. It's weird, but I feel like I'm in like Back to the Future or something. I'm in the time continuum. These are great sizes, but you know what? Hello, Dana. These are great sizes for a lot of different things. So if you like to just take your iPad or your Kindle and a bottle of water and, go read somewhere, it's just that's the perfect size for that. I carry my go-to purse is a backpack, because I have to have, my computer and stuff with me for work. So my day-to-day is definitely a backpack. And it does have to be much larger than this since but I don't know how many of you thought of this, but just because it's a backpack with backpack straps does not mean that you could not fashion it as a sling. You had extra fabric. You can add extra fabric. You can make a top part, you know, and then you would still have your 2 tabs on the bottom, left and right, depending on if you wanted to sling that bag over your shoulder on the left or on the right. So you could make it into a sling bag, right? You can do anything here with this. You can make it smaller. If you've scanned it, or if if it's a scan and you did it on your scan and cut and send it to Canvas, you can reduce the size to make it like this little teeny tiny backpack. All right, so I'm going to go over, and I think with this, I'm going to go ahead and set the camera on the ironing board. What we're going to do is we're going to press this up, right? Then we're going to turn our piece over, and we're going to align that just so that it covers the previous stitching. And rather than leave it to chance of whether we get it clipped correct or not, I'm going to use, on one of them, I'm going to use 1/8 of an inch double-sided tape. Now, I'm a double-sided tape girl. There's a lot of things I use that maybe you might not. Okay, first of all, if it's like really stiff vinyl or really stiff leather, man, I staple those seams together. They don't move. I staple within the seam allowance. If I want it to be perfect, I tape it. I don't leave it to chance. So doesn't that get on my needle? It does. It does. So one of my favorite handy dandy tips is I buy adhesive tape remover pads. You can get them in a box of 100 on Amazon for probably under $10. And it's what they use in hospitals to take the tape off of the patients, before they rip the Band-Aid off, so they don't rip the skin off. I just keep one nearby. I swipe the needle, I swipe it off, I toss the pad aside, and I just continue stitching. So it's not, it's never an issue. You do want to buy, double-sided tape. You don't want to buy the double-sided tape at Home Depot. You do want to buy double-sided tape that's designed for crafts. Because, at some point you do want it to either wash away or, go away within your seam allowances. All right, give me a second to switch the camera to my pressing station. I'm just going to put you on the messy one over there on the table for now. Oh, I'm just dropping everything here. If I can't find it later remind me it's on the floor. All right. Right, so this is the Roxanne's Glue Based It, and this is one of my favorite tools, mainly because of the actual dispenser nozzle. It's like so teeny tiny, but also because it's water soluble. So if you get stuff stuck in the nozzle, you just have to, soak it in warm water. But what you can do with this is you can hit it with the iron, and actually it'll kind of do a temporary fuse. So I'm going to be using this, and I'm also going to be using 1/8 of an inch basting tape, double-sided, what's left of this roll, on one of the other ones. Okay, so with all of them, I'm always going to press flat first. Always. It seats your stitching. It makes it so much easier to make that initial fold when you're pressing up if you just press it, flat first. Then I'm going to work on turning it up. Normally I would be on a long pressing, desk. So I use my little clappers as I'm pressing. So I press one section down and then put the clapper on top as I move to the next section. With the smaller surface area to put under the camera here, that's a little bit difficult to do. Because normally I would push that out of the way so that I could, continue on. But you'll notice that when you use a clapper, your seams just become so much nicer, crisper, it just pulls all the excess heat out. And leaves a much flatter seam behind. All right, I'm going to see if I can zoom in a little bit here. Let's see. There goes my clips. Everything's falling on the floor, you guys. So right now I have my back to the camera, or the laptop that has the chat box. So you're going to have to wait a minute for me to get there. All right, so now what I want to do is I'm going to clip the excess off here. And I'm going to start by just putting a little bit of my glue base there. And then I'm going to fold this up. And I just want to cover the previous seam. All right, there's the glue base. Now again, this is temporary. So, you know, when you wash it, when you start moving it around, but it's a pretty good hold, right? So it kind of makes it easy. I love the dispenser, I think is what it is. Because, you know, you could use, there's other glues that you can use, but I love the minimal dispenser. I mean, there's hardly any that comes out. So there's no blobs, which is nice. We don't like blobs, right? And then halfway through, I want to check the front, because really the front's the important part. That's the part we want it to look about even, about 1/2 inch, right? And then I'm still going to put a clip in here for now as I'm working, just so I know where I've already glued. I didn't put a lot of faith in this when I first saw it. The first couple times I saw it, I'm like, yeah, I've had that kind of stuff before. It doesn't always... And then it dries out, you know, and the nozzle gets like stuffed by the second time you use it, and you can't get all of the excess out. But this is nice since it is water soluble. You can just put that little nozzle. It comes with two nozzles in the bag. There's a replacement one if it gets too gunky. But really, you just take that whole cap off the top and, you know, rinse it out, and it just all goes away. So your Wonder Clip actually does have two sides. One's a curved side, which you'll see has like a little hollow part in there, plus it's curved here, and the other side's flat. So flat side should be what's next to your machine. Your flat side also offers the most amount of grip. So if I put it on here like this, my flat side is making contact all over, whereas this one actually has some space on the top there. So, you know, that's the reasoning between that type of clip. I'm going to pull this up because I got this one a little too close, but I can still use the same glue. It'll re-stick. All right, I'm going to take a look at the front. I'm looking pretty good. All right, I'm just going to set that aside for now. So one of the games I love to play with these clips, well, not so much with the dog, but when I had cats, it's great because when you're stitching, you can press and fling. So it's a press fleeing, and the cat would chase it as I shot the clips out at her. All right, I'm putting this at the sewing machine. I still can't see comments, but I will read them when I get done with this one. This one I'm just going to do with my 1/8 of an inch tape. It makes no difference. Either way, it works. It's just whatever way, works for you, right? There's no 100% you got to do it my way. So I'm going to start by pressing flat. Pressing blocks come in a lot of different sizes. This is just a really handy size, but I have a couple of different sizes at home, including the one I got when I was in high school, when I was in a high school sewing class. It's the old Dritz one that actually says the clapper on it. I bet a lot of you have that one too. I was excited to come and sew today. I really was. It's always fun to sew with other people, right? I think the one gift that the pandemic did give us was the fact that Zoom couldn't have arrived at a better time, and it allowed us to actually sew with other people when we couldn't be with other people. At least for me, that was a bonus. All right, so now I'm just going to put this row of 1/8 of an inch tape. And on something like this, I tape from top to bottom. So I'm just going to roll that. And this roll seems kind of small, but it's getting towards the end of this roll. But they seem kind of small, but there's quite a bit of tape on them. And then I usually start at one of the sides and see if I can get it. Did it stick? No, of course not. Why are you not sticking? I think I've had an issue with this roll of tape since the beginning. I just want to get one side off. And then if that doesn't work and I have to, I just grab it and then just pull it off with my fingernail. Just pull the tape off of the protectant and then just stick it down and then just tear. It all comes off. And then since I do have glue everywhere with this one, I'm going to go ahead and start in the center and work out. And again, I'm just covering grab a few more clips. All right, so let's turn it over, take a look at it. I don't know why I did the same thing on the other end of the other one. I got fatter as I got out towards this end, this left side. So I want to have about a 1/2 inch, and then again, it's not an exact science. However, Do bring the other one over and make sure that they look good together as far as the width here, you know, because you have a little bit extra on the end. That's kind of, you can feel that it's kind of vacant in there, and that's okay because it makes it easier to attach it to your zipper tape. But you want to make sure that both sides are about the same width, right? And let me grab my directions and let's see where we're going from here. You're going to grab your zipper. All right, so trim the ends of the binding with the zipper tape. So we're going to stitch in the ditch. Okay. I'm going to take that over to the machine. You're going to get the messy table again while I turn. All right, so you can use a bi-level foot to stitch in the ditch if you don't have a stitch in the ditch foot, right? In this case, I don't. So here's where my ditch is. I want the other bi-level foot where the little toe is going to run across there. And then I'm actually going to move my needle all the way to the left, and I can see through here that it's hitting the ditch. I'm going to do a check first because, I'm almost out of bobbin thread. So I'm only going to do one side to begin with, and then I'll rewind because I don't want to get in the middle of something critical. All right. I'm going to put that bi-level foots on there. Let me see if I can zoom in, and let me get my stiletto to point out what I'm talking about. All right. I use these bi-level feet for a lot more than just one thing. They're pretty handy. All right. So there's an opening here, and there's little marks here on the foot. There's a little red mark over on this left side that if I put the needle all the way over to the left, and I drop the needle's going to drop right where that little dot is, right? That's the needle drop point when my needle's all the way to the left. If I want it to stitch in the ditch, then I want to put that in the ditch. So I'm putting that down there. And needle up, needle down, puts that right in the ditch. And I still have the benefit of having the toe that's going to kind of trace around there. And it's going to kind of keep my me from slipping in. And again, I'm up to a 3/5 for my stitch length. And just keep your eye on the little red dot that's on that bi-level foot. And then just to be sure, before I get to the end, I'm going to just tie off here, and I'm going to check and make sure I'm catching the back. So when I turn over, I am in fact catching the back. So I can continue on with that. Let me check the chat box really quick. Okay. If you're not catching the back, then you want to go ahead and move the needle. And you know what? It's perfectly okay. Let's say that you're not catching the back and you just want to you would have 2 rows of stitching, right? You would have one here and one here. You can do that. Just go ahead and put the foot up or the toe up the very side and run it against the side, and you have some top stitching there. That's fine too. You'll have top stitching on the other piece as well. It's not going to affect the look of your bag at all. Top stitching always brings out the best in the bag. That's what I say. It also hides a multitude of errors. As long as your top stitching is straight. All right, so that's what it looks with some top stitching on it. I like it. And that little bi-level foot made it perfectly straight. And then you don't have to worry, because for sure you'll catch the back, because the back is over the previous stitching. Just remember to keep that stitch length about a 4 for top stitching. 3/5 to a 4. All right, so these two pieces are ready. I'm not sure what they're ready for, but they're ready. And right now I'm going to take the time to look at them and make sure they are exactly the same length. That from the top to the bottom, they're the same, because otherwise you need to trim the other one down. That means one got stretched probably. All right, so then grab your zippers. And also grab your marker, your opening, your air erasable or water erasable marker. I'm going to go ahead and put my zipper foot on for this. I am going to move over to the table with this. So give me a second to move the messy, because I want to show you how to get it perfect. You will need your 1/4 or 1/8 inch tape, double-sided tape. I don't think my tube is going to go that whole route. So let me see what I got here. Yeah, this will work. I have some 1/4 I have to use because I didn't realize that mine was almost empty. All right, let me switch. Okay, so the zipper that we're using, you could actually pull the things off of the ends. So if you want to sew across the ends right now, that probably would be a good idea. Let's see. Let me get this so you can see me, because you can't see me. All right, let's try this. And let's try this. And now you can see me. All right. So these were kind of great. What I would have loved is when I do a backpack, I like 2 zippers that meet in the middle because, you know, you open a backpack. You don't usually go all the way around. But in this case, we got 1 zipper per zipper tape. All right. I want you to measure teeth to teeth down here. So fold it in half so where your teeth match, because sometimes this part's not exactly the same. So you want your teeth to match. You can usually feel through. Yeah, see, mine's just about 1/8 of an inch different. Fold your zipper in half, and I want you to mark both of those center points with your marker. Don't cut. I always say, if you can avoid it, do not cut zipper tape, because it's an open invitation for it to ravel. where did I do it? Oh, there it is. All right, so I want to take my zipper tape and I want to mark that halfway point. All right, so I have that mark there. And then you want to take both sides of your zipper panels and you want to fold them in half. And you want to make that mark that same center point. This is really important because sometimes you might be using zipper tape by the yard. And in some cases they'll ask you, and it really is kind of easier if you split the tape in half and then sew the zipper panel and then put your slide on. But if you put your slide on even, but your zipper tape wasn't stitched on evenly, then you're not going to get the desired result. So always mark the placement. So I'm going to mark this in half. And that way I know that it's going to be perfectly in half, right? Then put these together, make sure they're marks in the same place. All right. So this is my zipper panel. It's going to go around the top, right? It's going to be like this. Loopy. So make sure that your zipper pull is pointing towards the left. Generally speaking, they open from the left. Unless you're, I guess, left-handed, and it's better if you don't. All right, let's move. I'm going to move the pull out of the way. Your zipper pull should be somewhere in the middle. Or if you didn't put it on at all yet and you're good at putting them on, then put it on when you're done stitching. You don't have to worry about moving it. I'm going to start by putting, and this, again, this is 1/4 inch. So I won't be putting it the whole entire length because it's really kind of thick, but I'm going to put some here, just right at that outside edge. Because remember, I already stitched over there. When it comes in over here, I'm going to be stitching here. And then a little bit over here. Since it's a quilted panel, it's not really going to move a whole lot. There's no need for me to go all the way up and down one side or the other. But I do want to have good control over it, so plan accordingly. All right, so I'm going to start by taking those off. Oh, I should just use the 1/4 inch here. It's wider than I like, but it peels off better than the other did. All right. I've just got this side open. So I'm going to start by aligning the line I drew on my zipper tab panel with the zipper, the mark on the zipper. And you can go ahead and put this up pretty close to your zipper teeth. I would say give it like maybe a 1/16 of an inch or something like that. Just a little breathing room there. Because when you stitch this, you're going to be stitching on this flat area in here. Or at the 1/4 inch mark, either way. All right, so now I'm going to fold this up and pull the other tape pieces off. All right, I'm not going to press right there. I'm going to move this out of the way first because it won't be the same distance away from the zipper tape if I leave it closed. So I can adjust it for the zipper tape, and then when I close it, it wants to pull it away because it's allowing room for the head of the zipper. So I want the zipper to be equal all the way. So I'm going to just like leave it a little bit open there. And I'll move it as I sew and double check. So some of you have seen these before, and so I'd like to kind of bring it up. Sometimes you see a bag where it has a zipper across the top, and you did the best job ever, but the zipper still looks wavy. That can be two things. That can be the zipper tape isn't Not all zipper tape is created equal. So you want a nice, a nice weighted poly zipper tape. That's one. And number two is the pulls. If you started with the pull and you let the zipper, the side stay there, right? When you get to that spot, you can see where it makes a space. So you want to make sure that it doesn't make that space. Keep moving the zipper when your side is taped down. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take this over, and we're going to sew the first side, and then we're going to sew the second side. All right, I have my zipper foot. So I love this zipper foot, and I recommend this zipper foot all the time because if you look at the back of the zipper foot, it's not like the eye foot that comes with your machine that has a big butt. And then if you want to use it, you have to move it from side to side. This one's really narrow. So you have a smooth line that you can follow when you sew a zipper. Plus, it's also got a resistant surface on the bottom, which means you can use it on vinyls and stuff like that too. So it kind of does multi-purpose. So when I want to get really close to the edge of that zipper, that panel, I'm just going to put this down, and my zipper or my stitch is all the way over to the right. I'm going to double check. That gives me almost a perfect 1/8 or 1/16 to match what's over here. You can go further away if you feel more comfortable with that, but there should be a flat spot in there because our zipper panel had us stitch our binding at 1/4 inch, and our tape was wide enough that there was going to be a little bit of excess that creates like a little flat spot in there that really makes it nice that your zipper won't get caught when you open it and close it. And I still have my stitch length at 3/5. Again, nothing's going to happen to the zipper if I stitch it at 3/5 instead of 2/5. Just going to give it a little back stitch there. All right, so I'm getting kind of close to the zipper head, so I can either pull it forward, don't pull it off the end, and then readjust this to make sure that I have the same amount of distance there. All right, then I can actually back this up. And now I can just proceed the rest of the way. So I won't have that bubble in the zipper where that zipper head is. All right, so now here's the zipper. And, it has a nice movement to it. You have a zipper that's pretty close, and yet there's a little lip there for the zipper head to go under. And you've got a nice straight zipper. So we're going to do the same thing on the other side. We're going to match up that zipper, pull the head out of the way so that when you're working with the center marking point, you're not trying to wrestle with the zipper. And I can probably do that from here. My tape is going out to the outside edge because that's part of the binding on the zipper panel is already stitched. So I won't be stitching through it. I do try to avoid stitching through it if I can. That's just going to save me from having to, clean the needle up, more. It's pretty easy when you just look at where you're going and, okay, I've already stitched there, so I'm not going to stitch there again. Let's put the tape in that area. I do have 1/4 inch at home. I have several sizes at home, but the 1/8 of an inch seems to be the stuff I go through rolls and rolls of. All right, so I'm going to pull this other side off over here first. I'm looking at the chat box now. So just the pressure when using that foot. No, I do not. So any of the, I'm imagining that you're talking about the bi-level foot. I do not adjust pressure at all, but keep in mind that no sewing machine really likes to sew on air. So if you have to, put a leader in the back of something, but when you go to start stitching, start on fabric. It's really important. Most machines do not like to sew on air. Sometimes you can get away with it when you get to the end of a seam and you run off a little bit, but you won't get away with it in the beginning. All right, so I'm matching up with the other one that's right there. And then just take a peek. You should see even here. What did I knock over then? You should see even over here. Oh, the tape probably. All right, these two pieces should be even. If they're not, something went wrong somewhere, and let's figure out where. And reseat it. Okay, here we go. Remember, don't pull it off. That's always sad when that happens. All right, so our zipper panel is done. I'm going to give it a press from the back so I can get rid of the markings and also so I can get rid of the waves in the zipper. I really don't like this. Although it looks like a metal zipper, it's still like a nylon zipper, so I don't like to put heat directly on it. So I'm just going to put some heat from the back to kind of flatten it out. It's still got some waves from the packaging. And then to get rid of my marks that I made. All right, let's see what's next. Got that piece done. Let's throw it over there. All right, so grab your bag bottom, and then you should have two short pieces that are the binding. That was, I think they were cut like 4.5 by 2.5 or something like that. Yeah, I think that's it. And they are on the straight. All right, so I'm not going to trim this extra zipper tape off yet. I'm going to wait until I have stitched the two pieces together. I'm going back to my J-foot. I'm just catching up with the reading. All right. I think I dropped my tape over here. Let's see. Is that what I dropped? Oh, yeah. I'm going to give you the messy table for a minute because I got to grab that tape. That's a nice shot. It's a nice look at my my clip box. Okay. So what we're going to do now is make sure that these two edges match. And I can see that mine's wider. So, but it's fine. I don't know why. Why would it come out wider? No idea. Doesn't matter. So again, don't panic. Mine is wider too. I'm going to trim some of the excess off. So what could have happened? I could have maybe I would have taken a 3/8 of an inch seam over here. But again, this is the edge of my panel. And sometimes things just stretch. It's fine. But this is not going to work if it's bigger on both sides. Because when you go to attach it to your bag, it's not going to work. And I don't remember this happening to me with the other one. But that's okay because it happened with this one. So I'm going to go ahead and trim that 1/4 inch off on each of the sides because it has to match. The top and the bottom have to match. Things that can change this part, the bag bottom, actually matching the zipper panel. 2 things. Number 1 can be some inaccurate seam allowances when I did the zipper, which I don't think I did, but maybe I did. The other thing can be wider zipper tape. So bigger zipper tape sometimes will create more of a spacing. I just need this much space for the gusset of my bag, right? To go all the way around. So now I have too much over here. So I'm just going to take that over to the table and trim that down, and then I'll zigzag those edges. So good lesson. It's weird because I don't remember that happening with the other one. But they're all different, All right. So now I'm going to check and make sure that they're the same width. And we're back in business. And I'm going to go ahead and zigzag these edges really close. So I'm selecting zigzag, just a basic zigzag. And I'm taking the width to 4.5. The length, it doesn't matter. I kind of stretched it out a little bit. But the width will be nice because it'll be within this about the same size of my seam allowance. And I want to try to just do it right over the edge. So that way it squashes the foam down for you. Going to sew both of them going in the same direction, just like as if it were a strap. We don't want no We don't want anything to start twisting now, right? We've gotten this far. Remember, I forgot. I was going to wind my bobbin. I wasn't going to go too far. And here I did. So, but at least it stopped now. Right. Going to take a second here. Stephanie, you can be good at making bags. I've seen your work. You do good. Oh, the narrow zipper foot. You know, I think it just depends on, yeah, I find that it's fine for a zipper. I guess, I don't know, the other zipper foot is just so fat in the back, and if you want to go one way or the other way, you have to take the zipper foot off. But I just feel like this has double action. It's got a Teflon finish on the bottom, so that means if I'm sewing with vinyl or leather or anything else, I'm not left with no, you know, without a foot I can use because it's non-stick. So, but I have not found that to be the case. I don't really have, I guess it wouldn't hurt to adjust your pressure if you were always having pressure issues with it. Certainly it's not going to hurt anything. All right. So I need to attach my bottom bag panel to my zipper panel. And this is where you're going to begin with your very first piece of binding in this project. So I'm going to take my bag bottom and I'm going to flip it over right sides together with my zipper panel. And now my zipper panel is the right size by about maybe 1/8 of an inch, which I'm not going to worry about. All right. And I will put a clip in it. What's nice about this is you are going to start by stitching this with a piece of your binding on there. You do not have to fold your seams over because this is going to go within another seam. So just lay the binding down on top. It's a little bit bigger than what you need, right? So your bottom bag panel right sides together with your zipper panel, and then take your binding and put it right side down to your bag bottom. You're going to basically turn it over that seam, all right? And then set your foot to a 1/4 inch stitch, or put your 1/4 inch foot on if that's your jam. And I'm going to set my stitch length to about 3/5. And I'm going to go ahead, and with this, especially when you have bulk here, is I always start in a little bit and back up, you know, because that way you can get a few stitches in. Oops, I guess I should rethread the needle, you guys, huh? You're in there chuckling, saying, hey, she hasn't threaded the needle yet. You're right, I haven't. Okay, so I'm going to start, and I do this when I sew tabs. I do this when I sew on, webbing, anything. I start in the middle, not here in the middle, but on webbing, I'll start in the middle and back up, go forward and back up, because that way you get some good stitching in without anything wobbling, or moving or shifting. So I'm starting here, I'm backing up instead of starting at the edge. Back stitching before I get all the way to the end, and then cutting off. All right. I'm going to grab my scissors and I'm going to trim that excess zipper tape. And then what we're going to do here now is take a look at this. This has to go forward. You cannot press this seam towards the zipper. It has to go back. So we're going to start by pressing our pressing our binding up, right? Preparing it, pressing it up. And then we're going to turn this over. I'm going to do it at the ironing board. I give it a little fold first, and then we're going to just lop it over the stitching line. And you have plenty, all right? What's going to help us get a nice, perfect binding here is the fact that we're leaving it a little bit extend. This part extends beyond, a little bit beyond the stitching line. And we're going to either glue baste it or tape it, your choice, one or the other. Makes no difference, glue baste or tape. But that's one of the secrets to getting really good binding. That and not pulling on a bias binding when you're trying to stretch it around, because it stretches it out. All right, I'm going to give you the messy table while I move over to the sewing table. Or actually, it's not so messy now, it's just a clip box. Just checking directions really quick here. Okay. Nope, you're on. All right. All of these pieces were all prepped with best press, so there's still best press on this piece of binding. So I'm going to press it flat first because that blends all the stitching together. It makes it seated into that where you stitched it. And then I'm going to press up. Sorry, trying to make sure that I keep everything in the window, and the tripod thing here keeps falling over. Yeah, always something, right? Okay. There we go. Pull this over here a little bit. Get an angle. All right, so there it is pressed up. Flip the piece over. So you should be looking at the back of your zipper now. Right? You can, I don't press first. I don't press this because it kind of commits. I look and see how it looks when it's fitted. And then I just go ahead and put the tape on. So I'm going to take, this is the 1/4 inch. Again, I would probably be using the 1/8, but I'm going to stay out of that seam. And I'm just going to take that off. Maybe I'm not. That's what the fingernails are for, to peel it off the tape if you can't get it to cooperate. There you go. And I'm going to fold it. And then I want to make sure that I cover a little bit beyond what my seam line is, right? You can also use your glue baste for this if you want. I'll do the glue baste on the other side. And then I'm going to just clip this because I'll stitch in the ditch at the same time. And so when we get done, this is the direction it's going to go. So this is the side that we want pretty. So you can, you know, you can stitch in the ditch. You can actually stretch this out more if you wanted to. We have quite a bit here. So I can kind of fold that in a little bit more maybe. Because this is, ultimately, this is the side that's going to show. You can even sew from this side. It doesn't matter, because when the bag's constructed, even if it shows here, it won't, because your seam is going to be laying this way. So you have a free pass with this one, really. All right, so there's that side. I'm going to go ahead and do the same with the other side here. So I'm going to go and stretch this so that it fits up here on my other side, and then grab my other piece of tape. All right, and I'm going to take this over the machine, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to sew that one seam straight across here. I'm just going to leave the camera on this for now, because I'll come back to press this in 1 second. Just getting my stitch back. I pushed a button and changed the stitch. All right, so again, starting away from the edge and then just backing up to the end and coming back. That way it doesn't kind of skid out on you. Sometimes everything just wants to shift just a little bit, and then you're so disappointed when you look at it to turn it and go, well, I thought I had it straight. And then you go, I hate binding. I want to make that not happen for you. All right, here we go. There's the second one. This one I'll use the glue based. When I do my bias around the bag, I'll definitely be using the glue based, because the tape does have some weight to it. I can kind of feel the tape down there. So it just depends. Since I discovered the glue based, I do a lot more with the glue based. So let's press it flat. It almost looks like the internet caught up, because the video seems to be catching up a little bit. And then press it forward. Turn it over. I'm going to press this a little bit too. Flatten it out. Although the zigzag stitching is what's going to keep it the most flat. All right, I'm going to turn this, and then I'm going to add a little glue based around on my seam here. This is just such a dream to use. I love the nozzle. I mean, the product's great, but man, it doesn't matter how good the product is if you can't get it where you want it, or it makes a big mess. Or I'm going to dry that really quick, and you can see that that's a stick. It's stuck. I wouldn't need to actually put clips on that. A little bit more at that end. And yet it breaks down over time. It's just, it washes away. So, all right, so I'm going to go take this to the machine. I'm going to stitch in the ditch if that's what you want. Remember, this side is the one that's showing. So if you want to stitch from this side, you can as well. All right. Just trying to get the angle good. There we go. There we go. All right. Since this is the side that's going to show, I'm going to go ahead and stitch from this side. I'm going to put the edge of my presser foot over on the very edge of the tape and stitch there. And I'm going to do 4.0 stitch length. Again, starting from the interior and then backing up. Because that's what I'm going to see. So I want it to look like top stitching. And look at that. It actually was more stitch in the ditch on the other side. So win-win either way, I guess, right? All right. I can set that aside for now. And what are we doing first? Ooh, we're already doing that back panel. So we're working on the back side next. Grab your back panel. Oh no, we're working on the front panel. Sorry. Working on the front. Grab your bias binding. And right now we're just putting the binding on. We're not adding anything to it yet. We're going to do both panels, both gussets at the same time. All right, so take your bias binding, fold it in half. You're going to pin it in place. What are we looking for?
I'm just going to plug into that power cord. Show.
All right, so go ahead and fold it. Oops, sorry. You want the other view, don't you? All right, so we're going to go ahead and fold one edge under. So I want you to keep something in mind that if it's a heirloom quilt, then binding, takes on a whole new meaning, right? This is not an heirloom quilt. Is it costume or is it couture? Right now it is couture or costume because you're not. I mean, this is not an heirloom. So really, if you struggle with binding, this is a perfect project for you because it doesn't matter. You can't get it wrong, right? It's okay. So grab your top panel and we're going to start just by clipping it in place, right? And we're actually going to baste it on, right? Remember what I said about sewing the straight parts first? So that's where I'm going to clip. I'm going to clip here. And then when you get to your corner, the corners with bias are important because don't pull and stretch. You want to actually turn it and actually leave fabric in there. So you almost want a little pinch of extra fabric in there, right? Because it has to fold over. And if you stretch it, it's not going to happen. So give it a little bit. I mean, you can always take this pinch of fabric out when you baste it down, but give yourself a little pinch of fabric right down there. All right. And then come back around, and it might end up looking, a little like that. It's okay, right? what we want is when you have bias binding, when you pull, where you pull, it gets skinnier. Our goal here is to get this all on and baste it down with the corner being the same width as the outside, right? Okay, so clip, clip, all the way around. And we're going to practice our little method of sewing the straight part first and then sewing the curve. And you will need a lot of clips for this, so just grab a bunch of them. The more the merrier. And I'm not pulling, I'm just laying it down there. Clip in, clip in. Now this curve's not as bad, but I still want you to mindfully look at the sides here, and there should be like some wave going on, because otherwise it's going to stretch when you go to wrap it around. So have a little bit of wavy stuff going on there. That's totally perfect. See how it kind of makes a little bit of, but we want to make sure that this stays the same width. And think about it, when we go to wrap this around, we actually need that extra so that we can wrap it around to the other side. If we don't have it, then it doesn't fit. And, we've all had that happen before. And it leads to a lot of frustration, right? Because, you tried so hard, right? So just easy, easy, easy. Make sure you have, some waves going on. We like the waves. I always find that invariably when you're doing this, if you had to stitch your pieces together, that you will end up with a connecting seam somewhere in a curve, at least once in the project. It's inevitable. It just, I don't know why, but it just is. Can you see now, Joanne? I'm sorry, there's a little bit of a lag, and I try to catch it. I try to catch it as quick as I can, but there's a little bit of a lag between the time that I'm talking and the time that you're seeing the picture that I'm showing. All right, so this is my flat pot, so it's just flat in there. I'm picky. I like the little tiny wonder clips. The big ones are too big. And I love these. They're so much fun, but there's no flat side. Okay.
It says live. So refresh that. So it's saying live.
Thank you for letting us know, for letting me know, because I didn't know.
Can you guys hear now?
But why is that paused? To me, that's not live. It's recording. Oh, it says live.
You
Okay.
Put your hands down there and see if you see anything.
It takes a while.
Yes, they can hear us.
Okay,
So I think
super.
we're good.
All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna close this.
I'm so sorry. It was a ways. Looks like it was a ways back there, for that. But I have to put the binding on again on the other side. So, hopefully that works for you. All right. So now I've done the one corner. I know you missed some of it, and I apologize. But we have to do this again on the back of the bag, so you're going to see it again. And then I'm going to start on this corner now. Remember, I did everything that was straight. So I'm just holding on to this pinched piece of fabric. And notice how many little wrinkles I have in it. There's a lot of them, right? Because I need space. I don't want to stretch. I need space. So I'm going to put my foot down. I've got my stiletto to help guide me. What I want to do is I want to use the stiletto to make sure that the edge of my binding lines up with the edge of the bag front, I think I'm doing now, and just take one clip out at a time. Guess what? If you get a little pinch or anything, don't worry about it. It really is not worth worrying about. Remember, you're driving. All right, so check out that corner. How nice that little curve is. That's what we want, because you know when we put binding on, whatever we put the binding around, whatever seam we put the binding around is going to be supported and by the binding to make it like crisper, right? So we want our curves to be like crisp, you know. So if our curve is not good, take it out, do it again. This is just basting to hold this in place, right? But you'll get your first look at what this does. First of all, I have all this extra fabric here. So when I go to turn it, look at that. It wants to turn for me. It wants to make binding for me. It wants to do, it has plenty of room. Look at it. It's the same width here as it is here. So that's what we're going for, because this is just the beginning. So with this, we have this attached to the front of the bag, and then we're actually going to pin this, the part where it's all pinched in, we're actually going to pin this with a straight pin to keep it out of the way when we sew the bottom zipper panel on, to keep it out of the way. All right. And then I can do the same over here. I did the straight sides already. I'll move my clips out of the way here. I needed a little basket for clips or something. All right. And then I'm going to do the same here. Now this curve isn't as much, but you can still see that I have the I have all of that extra wavy stuff in there. So I'm going to do the same thing. Make sure you have your stiletto handy to help you work it through. Go slow. Only remove the clips as you get up to them. Remember, you're driving the bus. You're driving the curve. So if you can't stitch slow, then turn that speed control down. We want to keep the shape, the beautiful shape of this backpack, so we want our stitching to go slow. I feel like this is the best. This is the most important part. If you have enough fabric that you've worked in as you you progress in bag construction, then you've beat the odds of not hating your binding. So thank you to, I think it was Cheryl said she called the store, or was it Vicki? Thank you so much, because I had no idea. I try to keep up with the chat box there, but obviously I missed it badly, you guys. I'm so sorry. All right. So now I know that this all fits in here, so I can go ahead and go to the end here. And I want to have a good inch beyond where that ends, or till I get to the join there. That should be enough, yeah. Right. Now later when we get done and we go to wrap this, I sometimes will put a piece of Steam-A-Seam in here and fuse these pieces together so that they can't, that they're still, you know, perfectly joined and one doesn't get fatter than the other. So, but that will come later. All right. So far, so good with that. Let's see what we're doing next. So we're going to place our D-rings, create the D-rings, and place our D-rings on the backpack. And then we're going to start by putting, it looks like putting the gusset on the back. But we also have to put our bias on there. Okay. All right, so I'm going to grab my 2 pieces for the D-rings and then grab your D-rings. So these are the 2 pieces for the color that I'm doing. And I'm going to show you my little trick for not having the D-ring go sideways the minute you wear the backpack, because, you know, that can happen. But go ahead and cut those pieces out. I'm going to switch to the table, the ironing table. Hang on. Messy table view. I must have forgotten to do this. I thought I did this last night with the rotary cutter, but I didn't, so. As a rule, if I have hardware that's 1-inch hardware, I normally will use what they call a triangle ring because it tends to not twist. You know, not shift. But I'm going to show you another way, a way you can use the regular 1-inch, because I do use the 1-inch ones as well, the D-rings as well. And that's where this little tiny narrow zipper foot is going to come in really handy. If I had something that cut well, I guess that would come in handy too. Right. So you're going to press, fold it in half so that you can make a mark, and then open it up and fold this to the center. Oh, it's the other way. Sorry. I'm thinking that's not wide enough. It's because I always want to do the long side, and it's not the long side, it's the short side. So I'm going to do this. That way I will end up with 1 inch. Or thereabouts, close to it. And you want to make sure that you're kind of even there. guys for taking care of me. Normally I do the Zoom or I do pre-recording. So I had to have Patrick start the live for me this morning because I forgot. Haven't done it in a while. All right, I'm going to do 2 1/8 inch rows of top stitching on both sides of these. And then I will come back and you will need your D-rings. All right. Messy table while I switch to the sewing machine. Okay. Well, there's my zipper foot, but where is my bi-level foot? Okay. Did I knock it off? Oh, there it is. Nope, that's just a clip. All right, well, I'm not going to stop now, so I'm going to go ahead and do top stitching with my J foot because I can't find my bi-level right now. Okay, I have J foot. I'm going to go all the way to the far right, and my stitch length is 3.5. Right, I'm going to use the edge of the foot. Yeah, maybe the edge, right, the inside edge, right there. So if I put that down, let's see, is that going to work? Yeah, the inside edge of the foot. And again, there's no need for me to start at the very end because part of this is going to get cut off. I'd rather it start stitching and not make a big knot. So my stitch length is 4, and I'm going to go this way. And then I'm going to go put that one in. All right. I am not going to turn this around this way because even as short as these are, if you sew in an opposite direction, it's going to twist somewhat. So this is the direction that I went. So that means I have 2 choices. I can either flip it around this way and I can sew from the bottom, or I can flip my needle position over to the other side and use the other side of my inside of my J foot. All right. Either way, but you want to sew. You want to get in the habit of sewing everything strap related, anything like that, where you have 2 of them. You want to avoid the temptation to run it down one side, turn and run it up the other side. It will, you're going to get some rotation in there. It's going to twist a little bit. All right, so grab your, see how nice and flat that is? Grab your 2 D-rings. And also grab your zipper foot. All right, so here's what's happened. If you put this in here and just fold it, and you use your whatever, foot makes it gets close, at some point your ring's going to look like this. As long as it has room to turn, it's going to. So what I'm going to do is I am going to put my zipper foot on, and I'm going to get as close to that edge right here as possible. Because that will prevent that from ever having the room that it would need to twist. To me, that's the first clue that was always my first clue of a bag that someone made. And the bag could have been beautiful. It had nothing to do with the bag. It just had to be, it's just like, okay, mine does that too. So I know that they made the bag. I want it so that it doesn't do that. And triangle rings actually do take care of that somewhat because it can't shift in a triangle. But your zipper foot here will actually work with this. So I'm going to go ahead and go all the way over to the right there. And I actually am going to pull up my bobbin thread because it will, it will make a little bit of a mess. And so I'd rather it did not. One of the few times that I do. So I'm going to hang on to both of these threads. All right. Don't start at the edge. See how snug I can tighten it up with this foot because I don't have the big butt back here, right? And start in the middle and then back up. And then go forward to the end and back up. All right, because that's so tight, it can't twist. It's not possible. Because I pulled my bobbin thread and I started in the middle, the back stitching, once I trim the threads off, the back stitching looks the same as the front. There is no blob of thread there, which is common when you do this type of stitching. All right, so that one's done. Let's do the other one. So again, let me grab my thread. I'm going to bring my bobbin thread up. Why is it not coming up? Why are you not coming up? Okay, now you're coming up. Hold on. All right, so the directions, it says to put the right side of the binding against the lining side of the front piece. Are the directions incorrect? No, they are not incorrect. I made a boo-boo. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I forget that once in a while. So guess what? I get another chance to redo that side. Thank you, because I wouldn't have liked it afterwards. Because you are right. Oh, let's see here. Yep, you're right. I was wrong. I'll fix that. All right, gives me another chance to show it because I think that's probably where part of the thing froze. Okay, so I have these. I'm going to set them aside. And this is why I always have a seam ripper in my box. Because sometimes we do the wrong thing. Just like I did. Right. And that's why it's in the basting stitch. Because it's easy to get out. The other thing is, in my case here, since I'm the one that has to do the dreaded pick with Jack, is don't pull the binding while you're actually trying to take it off because you'll stretch it that way too. So right side of the bag binding to the wrong side of the bag. Not right side of the binding to the right side of the bag itself. Because it has to fold over. I got so busy talking. Rip, rip. Good thing I planned this for a long stitch out. Almost there. All right. So, take the bag, and you're doing this, the right side of the binding goes to the inside of the bag. And that's so, if I get a visual, if I had done this with the visual, I wouldn't have made the error. Because if I put the bag right sides together, then the idea is this is going to fold around on the inside. As I had it, it wasn't going to be on the inside at all. It was going to be on the outside. So thank you for correcting me. All right. So let's try it again. Again, clip, clip. Hopefully nothing will freeze up this time. I think I'm going to move this to the table to clip it because it just looks like it's so dark. Well, maybe it's not. Maybe it isn't. Okay. So clip. And then take your stiletto and make sure that you have enough fabric to go around the curve, and then make yourself some clips in there. You'll have little hiccups of fabric, little blips, little wrinkles, little waves, whatever you want to call them. And I never worry if I get a little bit of a pinch in there if I'm sewing around a curve, because, you know, it's almost inevitable when you sew a circle to something straight that, you know, there's always going to be that one piece of fabric that's incorrigible, right? Won't listen, won't take direction. Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's not couture. It's a bag. It's a backpack. All right. Make sure you have enough here. And then down the long side. Now, if you are not queasy with corners and they're not a problem for you, then just go ahead and stitch all along. But just make sure that you have enough fabric in there that no matter where you are when you have to clip the zipper panel part, that you have enough fabric to go around. The little waves, you should have little waves in there. All right. Since I already fit this, I'm going to go ahead and start at the bottom down here. Go the other way, darling. All right. All right, so I'm going to skip this first corner. So you can see if you're just in the straight, just stay in the straight, do the straight ones, and then come back and do the curves. But just to save a little time here, since I made a boo-boo, I'm going to go ahead, once I pass this curve, I'm going to go ahead and go all the way around. Because at some point you get confident enough that you don't have to do it that way. All right. Let's swing around. I still go pretty slow, even when I'm not, even when I'm not doing slow so that you can see. I still go pretty slow. This is like the most important part of doing the binding is getting it on correctly to begin with, making sure that you have enough stretch in the binding to go around, especially if it's bias. If it's straight binding, it's not as critical because you can see the fabric doesn't stretch that much. So you can see if you've got enough. But when you have a curve, the tendency is to kind of pull on the fabric to make it round the curve. And that's the opposite of what you really need to do, because you need to have extra fabric in there to be able to wrap it when you get to the next step. Remember, you're driving on the curve. Don't push the foot pedal any faster than you can drive that curve. All right. Now that we got that one right, so this is the inside of the bag. This is the outside of the bag. The inside of the bag has the binding right sides together, so it's totally opposite, so that when I connect the other piece, I have something I can wrap around it. All right. Now, if you're just doing the straights and you're still kind of curious as to how this skipping the curvy parts until you're done works, it just keeps everything anchored for you, so that you don't have to say, okay, how much do I need to leave for that, or I've got all these clips that are ahead of me and behind me, and I don't know, there's a lot going on there. And I'm telling you, you're going to have a flat bottom that's totally straight, that's going to connect to this curve. We're going to have to clip that we're going to have to clip that piece to make it shape in there. And then we have to have enough of the binding to go around it. So there's a lot going on. So this is like the first and the most important part. Of course, that would be better if I'd have put it on right to begin with, right? Oopsie. All right, so again, you should see a nice little curve in that pocket there. You should begin to see that. You should be able to see kind of how it wants to fold itself around, right? See how nice and sweet that is. If there a pucker somewhere, who cares? As long as you have enough, binding to get around. If it's improved over your last attempt, then it's a success. All right, so we're going to set this aside for now, and then I believe we're going to grab the back piece now. And I think we need to fix some straps too at this point. Let's see. Yes. Or maybe it's just trim the D-rings. Okay, we're going to put the D-rings on the back as well. All right, so about an inch up and on an angle. You're going to just clip those in there. And whoops, from the front, from the right side, people. I have a right side, wrong side problem today, I guess, huh? Oh well. So I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit. I want you to grab your straps. We're going to finish the end of the strap and put the strap adjuster on it. So grab your adjusters. Those are these things here. And then grab a little scrap of leftover fabric. What I like is a pretty finish to my straps after that piece goes through, because first of all, if I were to follow the directions, I'm going to be rolling this piece of cotton a couple of times and then stitching it down. Most domestic machines won't do that, won't stitch over that. Actually, my PQ 1500 won't stitch over that on cotton. It will on the nylon, but not on the cotton. So we're going to give it a pretty finish instead. So let me get over here to the ironing board, and I have a piece of leftover green here, and let's get some straps. Okay, messy table first. I'm just reading ahead to make sure I don't make mistakes again. We also need to put the binding on our back piece, I believe. D-ring tabs to panels and based, fold side bottom loop in half, matching binding edges. And to mark the bottom of the top center. All right. You know what? The way they have the straps done, I can't do this ahead of time now, but I can prep the fabric. So I think I have to wait because it doesn't have clips. It just feeds through the D-ring. So that means I gotta wait till I can run it through the D-ring. Okay. What I usually like to do is finish the edges. And so more like this. So that there's a piece of fabric in there and you're just sewing over a single layer of webbing and not folding it a couple of times and trying to stitch across it. So I'm going to go ahead and create what I need for that. So I'm just going to get about a 2-inch wide piece. That's about 2 inches. This is not an exact science. This is a use your scraps. And then I'm going to cut this in half so I have 1/2 for each side. And then fold this way, and fold this way. And press. And then just in case this is wrong to do it at this time, I'm just going to clip it on the end for now and I'll stitch it later when I get to that point. All right. Because I know we have to position these in before I can put the binding on the other side there. Or I guess I don't. The binding could go on. This adds a little pop of color then too. You can make this as big as you want. I mean, if you really want it to be like to show off, you can make it much larger. And I have done that in the past to where it's like almost 1 inch so that when I sew the box is completely covered with fabric, has fabric around it. So again, it's personal preference, whatever you like. But most of the time I start with a 2 by 2 square just to cover the end. And that way there's not going to be any fraying. Cotton webbing, can ravel. All right, I'm just going to set these aside for just 1 minute. I think we're putting the binding on next. This is what they're supposed to be doing. What I'm supposed to be doing. First of all, I'm gonna baste my D-rings in place. So clip the D-ring tabs. So it doesn't say anything about putting I kind of thought I actually put the webbing on at this step too, but it doesn't say that, so. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and position the binding on this back piece as well. Let's see if I can get it right this time, first time, right? All right, just checking. Is this my exterior? This is my exterior. This is my interior. So let me base down my D-rings there. And make sure that you have enough room that when you come around later, you're not going to hit those. You know, you're not going to hit those D-rings when you stitch. All right, so wrong side of the bag with the right side of the binding facing it. And don't forget to press under like a 1/4 inch on the first part that you put down. So that is what I did. So I'm looking ahead and seeing where on the pattern they had you leave a hole here at the very top to position the straps in. And what I did was I made a note here. I stitched them to the back before. That's why I did. I've been thinking, why I should be doing straps. Why am I not doing straps? That's why I didn't do it that way. But you do it. You do what makes you happy. Sometimes when you grab off the beaten path a little bit, you end up with something better than you expected. All right, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to pin because I'm going to baste this right side of the binding to the wrong side of the back. And again, I'm doing the flats and make sure you get a little pinch of fabric in here. So if you positioned your D-rings correctly, you won't have that D-ring where you need to make a curve, right? So it was suggested about an inch up from the bottom, but really what I looked for more was that I have this binding here that I'm going to do, and I have another piece, I have webbing and everything that's going to come in here. I don't want a bunch of stuff in the corner because that just makes it harder to fit the corner when the next step comes up. So hopefully you don't have that D-ring right in the corner. All right. Let's start down here at the straight. I'm just going to go all the way around with this. But if you're having some success with where you didn't have success before by using sew the straight edges first. Let's see, I'm going to try to say I'm not going to have any more dates with Jack the Ripper here. So right now too, let's go in and let's trim part of this, part of the layers of this tab down. I'm going to go towards the inside here. There's a fold there. I'm going to, and just grade it, what they call grade it a little bit. It's just so that everything isn't completely straight. When it's completely straight, then all the bulk ends up in the same area. So I just want to take a little bit of the weight out of here. Just going to get in there and trim that a little bit. Just so it's not all the same length. So, yeah. That coming from a garment background. All right. Okay, so that's looking good. Let's see what's next. All right, so I know that before I did this step, I actually placed my straps. And I know this because mine are side by side. Yeah, I put them in and I basted them down before I put the gusset on. So you do what you want. It's saying to leave the holes there for you to put your straps in after the gusset goes on, but I'm going to go ahead and work on my strap now, and so I can actually put it in there, and it's going to get stitched twice. It's going to get stitched down with the zipper bottom panel, and it's also going to get stitched again when I stitch the binding. So, but if you want to follow exactly as this is written, please do. So I'm going to come on over here. This is a kind of a unique strap. The way the straps are attached is rather than have clips, swivel clips, you are running the webbing itself through the D-rings, and that in lieu of a snap, and then just the strap becomes your the slider on your strap becomes your adjustment. So again, I'm going to move it over to the table now. Or maybe I'm going to grab the webbing first because it had my ends on it. It had the pieces that I was going to stitch on. So I'm going to stitch this down now. And again, I'm going to start in the middle. I'm not going to start at the edge because otherwise I'm going to have a blob underneath there. And if you want, to not have a blob of thread, then you will also pull your bobbin thread up. All right. So I'm going to grab this, do needle up, needle down. Pull that out. And then when I put my foot down, I want to start a little bit further in. And I'm just going to start there, back up, and then go forward. And that way I have a clean finish on both sides. This is going to get anchored down, and it's really the back side of the bag, so you really don't see anything at all of this. If I did, then I would fold the edges in, but with this, you're not going to see it once it's attached to it's going to be completely underneath. So the only thing I would do with this now is just add a little seam sealant. Okay, so grab your back. Let me switch to the table now, because that would be a good time. Just trying to get the ironing thing in the middle here before I pop the camera around. Oh, I know I have that magnifying. No wonder why it's hard to get a big picture of the ironing board. There we go. That's a great view. And I was struggling. All right. So ultimately what we're going to do is the webbing's going to come through. The slider is going to go on first, but the webbing is going to come through and then finish off in the slider. So grab the slider. And feed the slider onto the webbing. Position the slider face down. So when you have a slider like this part here usually has a nicer finish. And then this part here is like kind of flat. That's the bottom. This is the top. So, and then my strap right here has no top or bottom. It doesn't matter. All right. So I'm going to feed it through the slider like so.
What's happening, man? What's your Arden CD lady do?
So, and then I'm going to finish this off by stitching it down here. And how close you want to, to stitch it, it's kind of up to you. And actually, I'm going to change the side because I can see there's the seam. I'm going to flip so I've got it right side up, but I want that other part at the bottom. So I'm just going to flip it this way because there is a top and a bottom. You can see the seam. All right. I'm going to bring this all the way up. And then I want to give myself some room to stitch that down. So I'll just tap it here, clip it. All right, so pretend that's stitched. Then I'm going to come along and I am going to pass the loop through the ring here on the side because this is like my swivel hook. And then remember, this is up. This is the top of it. And then I'm going to take my webbing and slide it through the slider again. Right? All right. So then we end up with, this is the way we adjust. And this one, I got a loop in there. I tried not to, but I did. This is the way we adjust the length of the strap. All right. And then the top of it is going to anchor up here. And I really prefer doing it at this point. If you don't and you want to wait till what the directions say, please make yourself happy. It's not for me, it's for you. So I just think that I will have more. So cotton webbing tends to frame more than nylon webbing. Nylon webbing or seat belting, you can actually cinch that and it seals it. This doesn't really seal. You could use like a seam sealant. You could certainly put some E6000 glue on it and let it dry so that you had something that's more. So I want more stitching in it. So more stitching means if I put it on at this point, then I'm going to be stitching when I stitch the zipper and the zipper and the bottom. I'm also going to be stitching it again when I bring the binding around. So I'm going to do it now. All right. So I'm going to get that ready. This one's ready to be stitched. So let me do that first. I'll do the other one at the same time. It was kind of backwards for me too, because normally I just use a swivel clip. All right. So this is ready to be stitched. Let me get the other one. Where's my other? swivel. Here's my loop. Here's this. Here it is. All right. Let me go stitch this part really quick. All right. Bring your marking pen over if you feel like you want to do like a box and you are not good at doing a box and you want to make sure that the box is straight. Go ahead and bring your marking tool over. You can bring a ruler around with you as well if you want to make sure that it's perfect. All right. I'm going to actually give myself a little bit more space if I'm going to do the box. So I'm going to pull that up just a little bit more. So I have to go across here, and then I'll probably go down this side here. So I know that, so I can measure down. Normally I have a tool at home that's a specific ruler that I can just for straps. But with this, I'm going to measure about 1 inch because that's about the average size of a box. And I'm going to draw this line. And then look and make sure that your foot will clear your slide. Because if you're like really close like this and you get here, then you got no way to turn the corner because you can't back up with that foot, right? All right. So that's going to give me something to shoot for. And then if you want to do the X, you can do the X as well. You know, just draw the lines on it. It's a visual aid for you. Gives it a nice, pretty finish. All right. There's one. Let's get the other one. I like to put them side by side to make sure I get an equal amount here. It looks like it's a little bit longer. Let's do a little bit longer. All right. That gives me a visual aid. Again, double check to make sure if you're going to do this, double check to make sure you can clear your hardware when you go around the corner. And sometimes you have to sew backwards if you can't clear your hardware. So be prepared for that as well. All right. the first one I'm going to sew is this one across because that's my anchor. And I am going to get, what do I want to use? I think, I'll go with the J-foot. And I'm going to start by anchoring here. And let's start in the middle, like really in the middle, so that it doesn't slide. All right. Right, so if you've gotten here and you can't swivel around for your hardware, it's fine. Go backwards. And you can do it that way as well if you didn't leave yourself enough room. See, I can't turn. So I'm going to be going backwards. And which means I'm going to be sewing backwards. And then when I get there, if I didn't get it all, I can still go forward again. I just couldn't go forward from where I was at with this. And that works because I actually need to go in the other direction now. This way. And then down this side. And that's going to give you that box with the X in the middle. Although you can't really see it on this. But it's a good exercise in practice, I suppose. And then nothing's going to happen here, but if it bugs you, then just go ahead and add a little fray block or something. But honestly, with all that stitching, that edge isn't going anywhere. And it's the underside of the strap, so I don't worry about it. Okay, do the same with the other. You can also, instead of actually having to use heat to get your air erasable stuff, you can also use a blow dryer or a heat gun if you have it handy to get rid of the marks here. Because sometimes, pressing on webbing isn't exactly easy, or is it sometimes the webbing don't like it. So and then trim up any stray threads that you can see. So you have a nice finish. Okay. Back to the table. Okay. All right. Since this is cotton, I'm not going to trim off any of the excess. I'm going to leave it in the seam allowance, which will be caught in the binding. It's going to be safer than trying to trim it because then I run the risk of it raveling. All right, so I'm going to start with my hardware facing down. In other words, I am looking at the back side of the strap. Am I in the window? I am looking at the back side of my strap. So here's the top, here's the back. I'm going to start with that up. I'm going to pass the webbing through the tab on the bottom. So here's where I stand right now. Right? Here's my tab, my D-ring. Here's my my slider. The pretty side that I just put there is up. And then I'm going to bring the remainder of my strap up through the slider and then over the top of the slider. So that it looks like this. So you can use your slider to adjust the length of your strap. And this part is in between. It should not be on the back or the front. All right. And then I'm going to take this up. I can still see a positioning mark right here, which is my center quarter mark. And I'm going to put one side of this right there. All right. So there's strap number one. Make sure everything's straight. So you should not have any twists and turns in it. Right? Now I'm going to do the same with the other side. Grab your strap. Make sure your slider is upside down because we want to see this in between the layers of the strap. Then bring your strap down and slide it. And again, leave it, you want to make sure it's going in the right, it's flat. So make sure that you kind of keep an eye on that. All right. So at this point, this is straight. This is up. Bring the strap back up. Pass it through the lower part of the slider. So now we're looking like this. And then go ahead and pass it through the top part of the slider. And then give it a little test to see if things move. If everything's moving, then you're good. You got it. All right. And then bring that end up and clip that next to the other one. All right. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to stitch as close to the edge as possible, anchoring those down. And I'm actually going to do it with a little narrow zigzag to give it extra strength. All right, so I'm going to switch to the machine bed. And then we are actually almost done. It seems like the last part all comes together pretty quickly. Once you get through all the hurdles, right? And I just know that all of you are going to have wonderful, wonderful binding. And you're not ever going to say, ew, binding again. Right? Everybody's going to have fun with this. Okay. Here we go. Let me get that straight so you can see it. Okay, do I have it magnified again? Let's go see. I do. There. That's better. All right. So I'm going to take the top here. And my binding is on the bottom. I'm sewing from the right side here. Again, double check and make sure your straps aren't twisted or crooked if you're doing it this way. And I am going to just go ahead. I have a narrow zigzag. It is only 2.5 in width. And I'm just going to start And I'm going to do it right smack with the edge of the edge of the seam. And then make sure you're not catching your binding, right? So that's going to start keeping it from fraying. And then I'm going to go back over it with a straight stitch. And then let's get rid of this. So I'm never going to cut anything off of this other than just the, the little bits and pieces there. And if you want to stitch from the other side so that you can see where your 1/4 inch is, by all means do that.
Yeah, it'll get picked up tomorrow. Alright.
All right, so here we're gonna go ahead and stitch across within the 1/4 inch seam allowance. So we're really anchoring that in there, and we're really making sure that that's got good solid stitching in there. All right. Okay. So now comes the fun part when it all comes together. You're gonna grab a few pins because I want to clip the straps and keep them out of the way. We are going to do the back first, mainly because of the straps, because it, we need a place for those straps to be. And go ahead and grab a couple pins, like regular straight pins. I don't have a whole lot of them. I have a few. All right, let me get to the table again. So okay. So we want to make the next, this is the last go around. We're going to be attaching the bottom. We're going to be attaching, the zipper panel. Make sure that you feel in here and that you don't have a lot of bulk. If it still feels like it's really thick, you can still go in there and trim a little bit more out if you want. It's going to hold because it's going to have binding on top of it and a couple of more layers of stitching. So if you feel like you want to take a little bit more of it out, go ahead. And don't cut it the same length as the previous. That's what grading is about, just cutting a little bit. A little bit bigger, a little bit bigger. Okay. All right, so I want to keep this part pretty flat. So I'm going to go ahead and put a pin in there. These are the ones I hate, so who knows? No, I'm not going to put a pin in there because it's not going to work. All right, these pins are on my, I meant to bring my pins, and these are not the pins I like. So I'm going to make sure that I have enough room in here that I can comfortably fold the strap, right? I don't want to pull on the bag, but I do want to keep the strap kind of tethered. So I'm going to do that, and that's what these big clips come in handy for. Just less to hang on to or worry about when you're doing the next parts, right? Make sure that the back part is flat, but, contain the straps. All right. Now, we want to get all of our 1/4 marks visible. What are 1/4 marks? They were actually marked on your pattern, little black lines, and those were your 1/4 marks. I can see these three, and I can probably see this one because I used it to place my strap, so I know that one's up here. So that means that's a 1/4. So dividing your panels, your fronts and backs in 1/4s, means that you're going to also do the same thing with your zipper panel. So go ahead and grab your zipper panel. And we're going to make that first clipping around. Where is it? So if you can't see your quarter marks, then mark them. Sometimes I'll make a little snip, but I don't know in this one that it's going to be necessary. So if you just want to be able to see them. And then obviously the center here and the center here. All right. So with your unit for your zipper, you're going to fold it in half. So look at where your seams are and use those. So those are your seams, and that is where, so then you're going to mark in half on both sides. So if you want to clip here, you can clip. I'm just going to do like a little tiny triangle, but you have to be able to see it from both sides. All right. Keep that together, and then come up here. You're going to do the same thing or mark it with halfway on your zipper part. Okay, so now you've got halves, but you don't have quarter markings. You've got half markings, but no quarter markings. So take your half markings and bring them together, right? And then you're going to get your quarter markings. So you see that your zipper panel was bigger, so you're going to be matching more zipper here, right? Same thing. Take your half marks, bring them together, and then mark the quarter mark on your zipper. And then do the same for the other side. You can actually sew this down if you want. I think I'm going to do that before I, because that just creates a little bulk there, and it probably would be better if I didn't have it sticking up in the air like that. Eventually it would kind of, when I stitch the binding from the side panels here, it will catch this, but it's not gonna stitch it down here. So if you really want it to be flat, then you can just take it and do another line of stitching. It's usually top stitching from the front. All right, so I'm gonna do that really quick. I'm gonna clip too, so I'm gonna leave this here for now. I'm just gonna do top stitching, and I'll show you when I get back here. You're gonna need a lot of clips. So I'm just opening it up to the right side, folding that piece of binding down, and then using my bi-level foot, which I did see in here. Yep, there it is. I couldn't find it. It's because I put it away. What a concept, right? Using my bi-level foot to be able to sew a nice top stitch in that area. Remember, about 3.5 to 4 for a top stitch length. And that'll just kind of keep it in place for you. You're on the home stretch. All right, I'm back. Okay, so I'm going to put right sides together matching the quarter marks. And when you get to your curves and even across the top, it won't be perfect. That's where we're going to have to make a couple of snips to make it conform to the curve. So I'm taking, where's my center mark here? I'm taking my center mark and I'm lining it up with the center here. And on the back, on the binding, you should actually take these loosey pieces and pin them in place so that you don't catch the binding as you're stitching around. So just kind of anchor them in place. There's only like 5 pins in here, so I have to place them strategically, right? Because I only have 5 of them. All right, this should be okay, but I want to make sure that the corners are clipped. All right, so this is the wrong side, right side up. Right side, working from the inside. Right sides together. From here on out, on both of these panels and any other bag that you're making where you're joining a panel piece that's constructed like this to something that has curves, you're always going to stitch from the panel side, never from the curve side. You'll find that your success rate will be higher. All right, so I'm going to start that clipping with just matching my quarter marks. So I'm just taking those clips I put in my and matching them with the quarter marks on the back. Because that tells you how much you have to work into the curve. So I've got my clip here and I'm matching it with a quarter mark on the bag. All right. This is really important because what we want is we want this to conform on both the top, front and the back of the bag. So we really have to pay attention. Pin the straights, clip the straights, because that tells us how many clips we need to make in this part to make it conform to the curve. So I'm going to go continue and just clip the straight edges. Even though that may not be the way I'm sewing it, I know that the straight edge and the quarter mark are a non-negotiable item. They need to be straight. They need to be in the mark. That's not where I'm going to get extra fabric if something went wrong somewhere. And then, make sure that you're distributing this evenly. It might look like there's not enough. And then if you actually smooth it out a little bit, there will be enough. And so this is the part of that binding. I'm just going to clip the corner a little bit. Just take a little bit of bulk out of the seam, right? It's still going to catch it. It just won't be so bulky. All right. All right, so we're up at the curve up here. This is looking good. So this is, as you can tell, this is going to be a slow sew. It's not going to be speedy because, there's a lot of clips there, which means that I have to stop a lot. It's going to be worth it, I promise. All right, so everything else fits in. Now I've got this here. This is where I need to start clipping this. And so I want to stay within that 1/4 inch. So I'm just making little snips. And you can make them close together. You're just making little snips that are narrower than your 1/4 inch seam allowance because you don't want to cut in. And as you snip, then you can begin to spread that out, right? And that's how we get that pretty curve. So snip, snip, snip away. All right. So now if I push this corner, see what the difference that makes? All I'm doing is pushing it. I gave it snips. I snipped it because this is straight and this is curved. I'm not going to get that in there if I don't give it some space, if I don't release some of it. So you can do as many little snips as you want and then just push. Grab the corner and push until it comes out to the other corner and clip. You'll still be pushing with your stiletto as you come around this corner. It's still going to be, this might be the corner that you want to do all the straight pieces first, right? All right. Here's my other corner. It doesn't look like it's going to fit. Snip, snip, snip. They're just little tiny snips. They're not even a 1/4 inch deep. I would say probably closer to 1/8 of an inch. Grab the corner and push. So I just grabbed a pinch of that corner and I'm pushing the fabric forward. All right. So guess what? Everything matches its 1/4 markings. Whoops, there goes my little clapper thing. Everything matches its 1/4 markings. And if you want to start by sewing this, you can clip with this too. Sometimes you need it, but today it just doesn't look like I need it. It's just not that sharp of a curve. It's more of a gentle curve. So I didn't really need to clip anything. But down here, yeah, that's a pretty curvy curve. All right, so I'm going to take this to the sewing machine and slowly stitch. Let me go ahead and change. I'm changing to my J foot. All right. Okay. Check your bobbins. Check your bobbins because you know what? If you think you might need to refill your bobbin, now's a good time. Not when you're in the middle of stitching something like this. And I'm still going to start over here on the straight edge. Just easier. I have my machine set to a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I have my stitch length at 3/5. All right, so I'm gonna put my foot down and slow stitching. Stiletto's handy. This is no hurry. This is for real this time. You're like, I want to see what she's going to do with that corner. All right. I'm going to grab it so I can continue to push it as I'm stitching around it. I've got my stiletto. Even if I have to take one single stitch at a time, that is going to be a perfectly rounded corner. So you can kind of grab with your stiletto and pull as well as pushing. All right. Now we're at the bottom. Be sure to check periodically, make sure you haven't caught that. Your binding. All right, grab that corner, get prepared. Grab the corner and push. You want to have it just fit snugly right in there. And then you're driving, slow stitching. It's easier to do when your stitch length is shorter. When we were basting, it's kind of hard to keep that curve because the stitch length is so long. Okay, coming to the end here. All right, so my success is going to be if I didn't stitch any. Oh, I did it! I caught some of the binding. Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't. I'm good. I didn't at all. Cool. All right. So before I do the binding, I want to pop the bag to the right side so you can see what a difference clean corners make. So when I go to turn this, that's the corner I'm going to get. That's what's going to elevate the look of my bag when I'm done. Just beautiful matching corners, right? And the same across the top. Everything's all contained in there. And it just has really nice curves. Now, the really nice curves are going to be even better because we're going to roll that binding to the other side. All right, so I'm going to move to the table. I'm going to put a little steam-a-seam here, all right, so that they match. And one doesn't get bigger than the other. And then we're going to finish this side. All right? Hang on. All right, let's see if I can do it. Perfect. Sorry about that, but I thought the other one's so good right now on the actual machine that I decided to just move the other camera over here instead of trying to move that one. All right. So pick your poison. You can either use some tape, or you can use the glue based. So first of all, I'm gonna go ahead and press all of this, and let's see if I can. Well, I can't really reach my clapper, I don't think. Nope. Well, maybe. Why don't I ever have anything to grab stuff with when I need it? My foot go that far? Maybe. Maybe. There we go. I want to completely press and flatten the seam that I just made. So I'm going to come over and I'm going to press. And if it looks like there's something that needs to be trimmed because it's really bulky, other than the webbing, then you can take a little nip tuck in there if you want to. Especially over by the corner. I'm going to get in there and really kind of do a good press. So let me know if you feel like this was a way to do corners that you think you might be more successful doing corners. Because I know corners are always, for me, when I started, especially when I started bag making, I always picked bags that were square because it was easier to do a square corner than a round corner. I've got a little bit excess here I'm going to trim down. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and use the glue based to do this. So I'm going to flip this over, right? And I'm just going to start wherever I start. Side, doesn't matter. And I'm going to just do the glue based, and I'll do clips all the way around. I'm not going to try to press it, although I could, because I just want it to hold, and it will. So, and since I don't have enough at the 1/8 of an inch tape, the 1/4 inch tape is going to be way too gummy in this seam. I'm just going to start the glue based. I love how thin it is. And then I'm just going to fold, bring it over, make sure you cover the previous seam. And pin. So even with this, I will be sewing from the gusset side. And clip. So hopefully you're seeing that your binding looks straighter and it's a little bit easier. Wait till you get to the curves and you actually have enough fabric to actually make that curve. All right, add a little bit more. This really has kind of become my go-to when it comes to binding. And then periodically look on the back and make sure that it stays about, the same front and back. You can't use enough clips for this. So use as many as you possibly can and still sew. You have to leave a hole at the bottom though, wherever you're going to start at. You notice I didn't start in the curve down there at the bottom. Oh, there it goes again. Oopsie, I guess I don't need that as much as I thought I did, huh? All right. Coming along. All right, I'm going to do the bottom before I do. Oh, I need a little piece of steam seam. Sorry, but stuck. Right, do this long stretch first. So the other thing you can use for binding, although I don't recommend it on a bag that's got quilting like this, a lot of times what I'll use on smaller projects is you can use fold over elastic. Yeah, makes a great seam binding because it doesn't fray, and that's usually available in a bunch of pretty colors. It's not really thick, you know. All right. All right, it's time for me to do the corners. So really, I'm just going to kind of work this like around so that you can see kind of how it folds in to the corner thing there. This is not as hard as you thought it's going to be. And then again, push this out of the way. You know, you can clip it if you need to. But it's already in the shape that it needs to be. It's just a matter of sticking it down. And just a little bit at a time, because you're going to have to ease that excess fabric in. Right? So, but look at, it's the same, it's actually the same width as the rest of your tape. Look at that. As long as you, when you don't pull it to get it around the corner. All right, looking on the other side here, looking good. Looking good. All right, last piece here, little last section. So I guess I'm going to actually shape it in a, you know, shape it around the corner first, because that way it's just ready to, pretty much ready to just tack down. I've got my back to the camera, to the computer right now. If you can't tell, if you've asked a question, it's going to be just a minute, and I'll turn around and I'll answer the question. So the one thing that one tip that I actually did just pick up lately from some other bag maker was, when I fold it to the outside, it's always like problematic to try to press because you've got so many layers there. How do you do a press? Well, she had the best idea I've ever heard. She has some metal clothespins that she uses. She warms it up with a hair dryer, folds it, you know, bends the seam there to kind of smooth it out, and then clips them with the metal clothespins because they're big. They're about this big. So they hold everything. It was kind of cool. It was very, very unique way to do it. All right, I think I'm clipped to within an inch of my life. So I'm going to take this back over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew this side. Okay, bobbin check. You don't want to have to replace your bobbin right now. All right, so I'm going to start over here on the side where it's pretty straight. And you know what? I'm just going to use the same 1/4 inch seam allowance. So am I going to have some stuff? Yeah, but it's folded all the way, so it doesn't matter. It's not like it's going to, ravel or anything because you're actually folded in half. But this way I don't get a bigger seam allowance than I wanted to. So I'm just going to go ahead, and I don't worry about this like it's a quilt or anything like that. I just feel like if I get it pretty even and I have it everywhere, then I'm good with it. And I have never in my life ever hand stitched binding on a bag. So, but if that's your jam and you like to do hand stitching, it's all good. Okay, be careful around the corner. Same thing, you've made it this far. All right. Almost there. All right. So let's get this pressed and turned so you can see the difference. All right. All right. Flip your bag to the other side and admire at how amazing your curves are as you took your time. And then what happens is the binding will actually act to push that bag forward when it's done. Right. So how can you get this a little bit crisper in here? You can just fold it, and I usually leave them overnight. I fold out right on the seam there, and then I just clip it. And that's where those giant clothespins came in. I used the little giant clothespins, warmed the bag up with a hair dryer, and then use the metal clothespins to kind of do this all night long. And in the morning, it was pretty sharp. Or, I mean, you can do it now with the iron. You can just give it a press and then hold it closed. But it was kind of nice with the hair dryer. I kind of warmed both sides at once, and then that was actually nice, easier. Okay, so this is looking super fine, but we still have one more side to go. Right? Make sure you can find your quarter markings. Right? Turn the bag back to the inside. Make sure that your zipper is open. Because if your zipper is not open, it would be a sad day. Although you would probably be able to get there in there and unzip it, but we don't want to have to do that. All right, so I'm going to grab all of those clips again. And I'm going to bring the other side of the bag over. This is our last thing. I mean, we're almost done. Okay. All right, so make sure that you can see your quarter markings on the bag front. So my quarter markings are hidden by the pocket. So I'm going to take the bottom and the top quarter markings and put them together. And then I can mark that with my pen. Assuming I can find, oh, there it is. So I'm just gonna mark that quarter marking with my pen. So again, you're going to bring I can see the bottom, I can see the top quarter marking up here. At least I thought I could. And that's the quarter marking for this. And then I also want to look at it because I think I made a mistake here because look at this is only like an inch and this is like an inch and a half. So what I can do if there were no quarter markings, I would fold this in half and see that actually meets up with my first quarter marking here. But let's see if I needed to draw a better quarter marking up here. And that's actually right here. So if I pull this up to this, it's in a totally different place. It's about 3/4 of an inch down. Yep. So that 3/4 of an inch down is right there. Let me get rid of the other ones. All right, so those are my quarter markings. So now I'm going to put right sides together. Again, make sure your zipper is open at least part way so you can turn the bag when you're done. And I'm going to match up my quarter markings. There's that, and it goes right here. Nope, that doesn't seem right. Okay. That does not seem right. Okay, so these are my quarter markings here. That's right. Well, it is. So let's try it again. See if I've got it. I'm working here. We're marking here. Oh, that's much better. Quarter marking here. marking here. All right, straight. All right, getting there, make my way around this top curve. And then I don't want to forget to put a couple pins in my binding down there at the corner so that I don't stitch it together. All right. All right, so let me get this pinned so it stays out of the way. All right. So, clip, clip, clip. Where's my snips? Clip. So this is where scissors that are sharp at the point come in handy. Because you don't want to have to, put the scissor in very far. You don't want to cut too deep. So at the tip, being really sharp really counts. All right. So what am I going to do? I'm going to grab it and push the corner. Push the fabric. Push, push, push. All right. So not enough clips. So let me get in there and clip some more. All right, so I'm not quite there. So that means that I'm on my quarter markings, I missed something. So maybe my quarter marking was just a little bit further down. So I'm going to go back and re-clip through here, looking for my quarter marking. And I'm also looking at the level. I want to make sure that it doesn't tilt this way. So all right, that kind of looks a little straighter. And then when I push, now I can get into the area that I need to get into. So I was obviously a little high on that end. So this is also, like I said earlier on, there are some unique, maybe different ways that I will use to work with stuff like this. Once you clip like this, if you have something that's like vinyl, and you can't really apply heat or anything like that, you know, you can staple within the seam allowance. Just get a hand stapler with the shorter prongs and just staple within the seam allowance. You don't want to, you know, go within that. And that way it holds it completely tight. And you're not going to stitch over it if it's within your seam allowance, so it wouldn't be any different than having a pin in there. Except for it holds better than a pin, especially on curves. All right, let me make sure that my quarter mark is the same on both sides, because I kind of found it was a little bit off. Right. And let's push. There we go. So that's how those quarter markings become incredibly important. But you also have to look at both the front and the back of the bag to make sure that you aren't putting one side up higher than the other, you know, so that the bag's kind of lopsided when you're done. That's always kind of a bummer. All right. All right. Turning it over to make sure I have my binding is still straight down there. We're just going to finish this bag. All right. This time I'm starting at the center bottom. 1/4 inch seam allowance. Stiletto is handy for when I get to go around these curves here. Slow and steady. Turn. Stop if you have to. That clip got put on upside down. Kind of easier to get this other part, half of the bag out of the way if your zipper is open. I honestly would rather do binding any day of the week than take a backpack. First of all, you wouldn't have quilted the, if you had to do a lining in it or drop in lining, you would not have quilted the back and the front, right? You would have a front piece that maybe has quilting on it and maybe quilted to muslin, or, you know, maybe just quilted on the batting itself or the foam. And then you would have taken that and dropped a lining that wasn't quilted or something to the effect on the inside. And no matter how hard you try, when you, first of all, to try to turn a bag this size through a 4-inch hole is just chaos. I mean, it's hard. And if you have, you know, if your hand doesn't fit, then it's even worse, right? But that lining is always going to be baggy. It's always baggy. So, oftentimes, even if the bag pattern calls for lining, I'm like, nope, I'm not doing it that way. I'm doing it this way, and I'm doing binding. Because the bag is tight, all the corners are tight, the seams press nicely. The bag has really a good shape, and the lining is not baggy. And it holds its shape because the binding actually keeps pushing against it. So all right. Oh. I did not catch anything. Wow. Yay. Yay team. All right. I'm going to just take it over and give it a press and begin to roll. So if you're pretty confident with your binding and you feel like, oh, I don't need all that, the glue based, it's fine. You can actually start from this position and just roll. You can do it without the glue based. That just makes it easier if you're not really confident with binding. So I can just, because giving ourselves enough extra fabric around the corners by not stretching the binding as we went around allows it to be kind of an easy turn. I mean, really, it doesn't really take a lot. So try it and see if it turns good for you this way. I'll never tell you, for me, you're never going to hear that one way is the only way to do something, because it isn't. There's always a plan B. And if the plan B actually is more to your liking, just do the plan B. It's all good. Take what you need. So even this way, it just wants to wrap around. So the fabric also had best press on it before I cut it into strips. So it does have a little bit of body to it. So I'm just rolling. I wonder why this camera seems so dark today. I wonder why. The other one's pretty bright. Yeah. Let's see if that gives it a little bit more pep. Nope, it still looks dark. I'm sorry. I didn't notice it. It looks so dark. All right. This is going to be our last seam, and we will have finished our bag here. Starting in the center, at the center bottom. All right, last up. We're done. Okay. Let's turn this bag inside out and admire our beautiful corners. I've got a few little threads to trim from when I had to unstitch. I usually wait till the end because sometimes I get lucky and they get hidden in the seam and I don't have to pick them. All right. All right. Missed a little bit over here. Let me go back and catch that. Missed a little binding over there. Yes, much better. All right. Pretty corners, pretty bags. I hope you guys had a good time. And I hope I get better at this next time because I know that there was like some issues with the freezing and stuff that I didn't notice. So I apologize for that because I didn't see it. And yeah. So I'm going to give this a little bit of pressing and a little bit of trimming of the little threads. All right, thanks for tuning in.